Welcome everyone to the 2024 Starter Winter Cup, hosted by Tactics League. I am your host, Yashinja, and also the tournament official for today's event. This event is a single elimination competition where everyone will be playing a best of 3. If they finish, they will advance to the next round, and if they lose, they're finished and complete for the rest of the day. I want to kind of go over some of the logistics of today's event. More importantly, just to let you all know ahead of time, because this event is planned to be expedited, there will be times where I will step away and start the next lobby, whichever lobby that is that needs to advance to the game 2 and game 3. I will let you all know in advance when that happens. I will mute myself and then move to the next lobbies to get them started. Now, let's kind of go over the event schedule for this evening. We are in the event kickoff right now, which is started at 12:30. The first round will start momentarily. It is scheduled to start at 1 o'clock, but we will probably start a little earlier. That should last anywhere between 1 to 3, but ideally we get done a little sooner. Once we're finished with round 1, we will then advance to the semifinals, which will start at 3 to 5 o'clock. And then once we're done with semifinals, we'll begin the grand finals, which is scheduled to start between 5 and 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And of course, once we're done with finals, the event will come to a close and we will be done with the tournament. Now, we do have some returning members today and as well as some new ones who are competing in today's event. The first round on featured station, so you guys will be watching this, will be Jokerfisch versus Dr. J. In Lobby A will be WngMan versus Rumer. In Lobby B will be Mistral versus Hugh. And Lobby C will be Pista versus Space Monkey. Once we complete all matches in round 1, we will advance to semifinals and start those matches as well. The expected tournament time for completion is anywhere between 4 to 5 hours. Now, this is going to be a day of fun, chaos, and more so waiting to see who is going to be crowned the champion of this tournament. Hope you all stay with me from the beginning to the end, or pop back in every so often to see how things are going. And with that being said, let's get started. I'll be back with you all momentarily with the first match of the day, Jokerfisch versus Dr. J. Alright, and we have the first match, Jokerfisch versus Dr. J, happening right now. I do apologize for the networking issues we had earlier, but we are situated, and we're now going to get this game started. Alright, now Mr. J, in his crafty ways, he does have a interesting Mustadio build here. It's actually focused on speed. It's a Thief Mustadio that's running 20 speed, and it's prioritized to be able to cast his stages pretty much within the first, maybe second turn tops. You should see here in a second it'll be the first turn stage here, and that's because he managed to get enough speed with swiftness to be able to cast that fast enough on turn 1. It's a really unique and interesting concept here Dr. J has. Alright, looks like Dr. J's going to now swap over to Orator 3.0. She has re-equips set up, so he's actually going to change his gear selection based on his opponent. This is also a really cool setup here because what he's doing is he's dynamically changing his build based on his verified team. So just kind of gives you all some insight. During tournament or competition play, everyone sends in their team of 5 plus 2 reserve units that they can swap in games 2 and 3. What that also means is that because they have to send in, they're gear locked and ability locked with what they send, but you can use re-equip to adjust that, and that is a valid and legal means to change your gear. Only by and through re-equip, of course. So Jay is going to customize his Orator 3.0 to situate her for the opponent, and he's going to advance her to the side of the map towards the corner. Very interesting play there by Mr. J. And now we're going to be shifting over to Joker's team. Alright, it's a nice doom shot there by Joker's Archer. He has him camped up on the gallows. Alright, and we're shifting over turns now to Dr. J's Opus Archer. She is a magic attack stacked archer running the dual Hunter's Mark crossbows. It's a nice Kikuichi Munji there, 224 hit on Joker's Dark Knight. Apologize, I do want to make one correction. Jay's Archer is actually, she's not running the Hunter's Mark, she's actually running the Artemis Longbow there. So she's actually stacked in magic attack and other categories based on her gear. So Jay's going to go for a disable chance on the Archer. It does not succeed, so it does very minimal damage there against Joker's Archer. Damage is worn off by the Archer's Auto Potion. Looks like Jay's going to end his turn there, and now he's going to switch over to his Doom Dragoon. The Doom counter and the PvP patch is set to 2 tick instead of 3 tick, which is why it's automatically at 1. So Dr. J will effectively get 1 turn here with this unit before he dies. So his next play is going to be very important. He's going to go ahead and do a throwaway jump on that Archer. See how Joker responds to that. Alright, Joker's going to go ahead and use the Hermes Tonic, a new item for the Chemist Repertoire. Provides float and haste. And looks like Joker's going to advance his Dark Knight up on the upper part of the archway as well. We're switching over to Joker's Black Mage turn. And looks like Joker's going to advance his Black Mage up top towards the archway as well. is an interesting tactical play here for both players. They seem to be pushing the archway when normally most players will push towards the gallows. That was a nice Kiku. The archer's mana shield absorbed most of the hit, though only taking 29 HP damage there. For those who are not familiar, the mana shield in the PvP patch has damage be converted to your HP if it goes past your current MP. So that will actually translate to damage being dealt to your HP instead of it just being able to absorb everything, and then will go through and bleed through to your HP values. Alright, Mustadio is going to get set up and charge. Looks like he was getting ready to cast quick. And then we're going to switch over back to Joker's turn. Alright, looks like Joker's going to go ahead and push towards the middle. A nice Faraga shot, or fire shot there by his Orator. She is built for faith damage here, so she's going to be doing a lot more damage than normal. And now it is Cloud's turn. Cloud is going to be moving towards the mid section of the gallows. Joker's going to have his Cloud do an Omni Slash here. It has a random 5-hit, 1 AoE area. It's going to whiff from the second strike. The third strike will connect. This time hitting Mustadio. Mustadio goes down. It was a good hit there by Joker. Fourth cast is going off. That also is going to take down the Geomancer, and the fifth will whiff because there's no valid target. That was a very good play there by Joker. Alright. Jay's Dragoon deals 308 to Joker's Archer, but the Archer will save off approximately half that damage from Auto Potion. Dr. J is checking that turn order out, very important to do, and always one of the most important features in PvP is to make sure you know who's getting the next actions, so you can plan in advance. Dr. J is also at a tactical disadvantage right now with being 2 units down, and 3 alive, with 1 unit about to go down when the Dragoon gets his next action. Dr. J definitely going to be very careful here because at this point Joker's already midway through and his units are currently in the corner, so that means that Joker also has much more of the field coverage than Jay does as well, especially since he already started off on the side. Looks like Jay's going to go ahead for a nice Blizzaga shot there from his Glacial Gun that will down Joker's Archer. It is down 4-3 Joker. And we're switching over to Jay's Archer Opus. So the Dragoon is actually directly in front of the Archer because of the slight vert difference. That means the Dragoon will get shot currently where the Archer is. That's why Jay is getting the 0% hit rate on Cloud. He'll have to reposition the Archer in a different spot to be able to hit Cloud. But at this moment, it looks like he's trying to reassess his best options. He has plenty of time on the clock to figure out what he wants to do. It's very imperative that he makes the right play here because he is already at a field disadvantage. Alright, looks like Jay's going to bring his Archer back down towards Spawn. Alright, looks like Jay's going to go ahead and commit to a Mursami heal here. It's a solid 228 HP from his archer. This is going to keep her alive a little longer. The Doom hits the Dragoon. Jay is now down to 2 units remaining versus 4. Solid crushing blow there by Joker's Dark Knight. That will also down Jay's Orator. Jay's down to 1 unit remaining right now. This is not looking well at all for Dr. J. So Joker's going to go ahead and advance his Black Mage further towards Dr. J's spawn side. Not really many things that Black Mage can do, so he's going to go ahead and wait that out. Alright, he's going to advance the Orator towards the Archer to get in gun range. Go for another shot here. Rolls a Fire for 270. A solid shot there by Joker. And now it's up to Cloud. Cloud will probably be getting the finishing blow here. I suggest it's going to be probably finishing touch, but he honestly could just go for a killing blow here, even with Cross Slash. I was going to go for the Cherry Blossom, going out with style, I see. Alright, and that is game 1. Okay, and with that being said, we will be back momentarily and we'll start game 2. Alright, and we are back. We have the second game going on now. Dr. J versus Jokerfisch. Monster Revolts level 2. Now, as traditionally, normally I would be waiting here, but my plan for today event is to expedite prior lobby since we have 4 matches going on at once. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remain in this lobby, but I'm going to mute for a moment while I get the next game started. That way you guys can still watch the matches being unfold. I will not be actively commentating until I get back. Okay, and I am back. Thank you guys for patience. Wanted to make sure that lobby A through C got their next game started, which everybody is now situated, and I have returned. I've been kind of keeping an eye on the performance of Featured. Seems like it's been very chaotic here. Was a very unlucky roll there by Jay. I think it looks like he definitely needed it to keep off Cloud's aggression. Okay. Let's take care of some other stuff going on in the other lobby. Once again, please bear with me here. Like I said, we have 4 games going on at once, including Featured, to try to expedite the tournament time. So there's going to be some times where I will be off mic to make sure that the other lobbies are running smoothly so they can advance as fast as possible. Alright, now back to another note here. Let's see what we got going on Featured. Dr. J's Dragoon. He has a couple plays here he can make. He's in a bad spot for a Martial Revive because Revive is only 1 vert, whereas the Dark Knight is sitting on a off spot. But he can make some plays here, specifically jump. You could also potentially poke the Orator that's directly below. Again, there's going to be times where you'll see some downtime in player plays. This is live, so we're trying to make sure they make the right decision here, especially when they have a tactical disadvantage currently. Jay is trying to assess what is his best play he can make currently in this 3v3. Okay, was a good play there by Mr. J. He's going to go for the chakra on his archer to keep it both sustained. She is running mana shield, so that will also keep her MP up a little higher, so she can take a little extra damage up front. And one bad thing to note here, we'll see if Joker plays off of that, but the fact that he did have the position, that Jay had a position as Dragoon beside his archer to get that chakra, so the chakra is 1 range. So that does give Joker a lot of AoE potential now, particularly with Cloud or the Dark Knight, since they both have AoE options, either the Dark Knight's Abyssal Blade or even Unholy Sacrifice that require moving Cloud out of the way in most cases, or Cloud doing stuff like Cherry Blossom or even an Omni Slash. His Omni Slash is hitting very hard because of how heavily magic attack stacked this Cloud is. That could also be a very good option if he wants to dabble in the RNG side of it, potentially get a double KO with Omni. So again, Joker has a lot of options here. It looks like he's going to go and try to get... Oh, he's going to go for the insult on Jay's Geomancer. Luckily, it actually missed there for Jay, so his Geomancer will not be Berserk this time. It looks like Joker is trying to disable his opponent's options. Alright, and now that it is Joker's turn, again, his Cloud has a lot of options here, especially based on positioning of Jay's team. There's a lot of AoE potential here that Cloud can manage with, particularly Omni or Cherry Blossom, because both would hit very hard against either the Dragoon or the Archer. I think he would almost net a possible double KO with Omni Slash, considering that his enemy is double stacked. He's got a decent hit chance to get both of them down in a couple hits apiece. I assume that's like two Omni Slashes apiece should be enough to KO both the Dragoon and the Archer. Okay, he's gonna actually go for the book attack. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so Cloud doesn't have enough MP to actually be able to cast Omni or Cherry Blossom, both respectively 99 MP costs. So he's not going to be able to do that, but he is going to go ahead for the book attack instead on the Archer, which is going to hit Mana Shield and convert some of the damage down to HP as well. The Archer is still in the fight. At this time, it looks like Jay's going to really have to make a really good push here with his Archer. This next play that she makes is probably going to decide a lot of different outcomes here, so he's got a lot of a variety of options between AIM and Yido. I'm leaning more towards the Yido in this case because, again, Joker's units are within range either for Kiku or even for like Chirrut Raiden, or even potentially a status roll in one of the lesser Yidos such as Ashura or Katetsu, which is KO or stop infliction at 19% chance apiece. So he's got a lot of different variety of options he can make here. He could also use AIM to potentially go for Doom on one of the 3 remaining Joker units. But again, he's trying to assess. His clock is very low though. I do want to make a note of that. He's down to almost 2 minutes remaining on his game clock. The game clocks in Tactics function like chess clocks, so the game isn't automatically over if he does it. If he hits 0, but rather it resets for 15. Looks like he's going to go ahead and Murasame his Archer and his Dragoon, keeping them healthy. The battle's up ahead. We're going to play there by Joker, or excuse me, by Jay, to make sure his units are staying alive. He's going to need to probably start speeding up here though, so that he doesn't get put on that forced 15-second clock. Looks like Jay's going to go ahead and get in position for Phoenix down here. Dark Knight. Keeping his units alive. Very important there. Alright, and now we're switching over to Joker's Dark Knight. Again, the Dark Knight has a lot of different options, a lot of AoE potential here as well. He also has some support options. The Dark Knight does have items as a secondary, so you could actually use some stuff like Elixir or High Ether to restore Cloud's MP to allow him to follow up on another subsequent limit. But that seems to not be the case. It looks like he's going to go ahead and shift down instead. The Dark Knight near both Jay's Dark Knight and Jay's Geomancer. Going to go for the Sanguine, going to re-down Jay's Dark Knight. That was a smart play there just to make sure that Jay doesn't get any more units on the board, as well as get a nice little HP top up. Alright, and now we're switching back over to Jay's Dragoon. Looks like Jay's going to go ahead and attempt to do another revive here. A Dark Knight CT is further up towards 100 this time around. And so this is going to now force Joker to have to consider re-downing that Dark Knight again, or that Dark Knight will get their next action. Looks like Joker's going to go ahead and push his Orator up towards the 3rd level of Monastery Vaults. Going to go for the Mimic Darlin against Jay's Archer. It connects. She is now under sleep status. Pretty nice control play there by Joker to keep Jay's units at bay and also reduce his ability to make multiple actions happen. Alright, now we're switching over to Cloud. Cloud's going to go ahead and go for the book attack. Will down the almost next turn Dark Knight. That was a good play there by Joker again to keep that Dark Knight from getting another action. And now it's back over to Jay's Geomancer. Alright, solid Phoenix Zone play there by the Geomancer to get Jay's Reyes back into play. Alright, looks like Alright, we do have the first match completion for round 1. WngMan has successfully 2-0'd Rumer in the Lobby A match. The result just got sent in to me a second ago. It does mean that Rumer is finished from the tournament and WngMan will advance to semifinals. Also, the results of Lobby C has just been posted as well. Pista has 2-0'd Space Monkey. Space Monkey is finished from the tournament as well. Pista will advance to semifinals. Looks like Jay's APM's increasing steadily during this match. Alright, looks like Joker's gonna go ahead and take down that Reyes again. Shot her in the back. Is effectively, right as of right now, it is a 3v1 Joker. As that Archer is still asleep, she won't be able to act right now. Joker's gonna keep her locked down and focus on the Geomancer next, I suspect. Oh no, that's a heavy Omni Slash whiff there. I think he's only going to get the one on the connect. It's a solid strike though. Yep, he's only going to land one there out of the 5. That was very unfortunate there. I will actually give Jay a little extra time to hold on. I'm just actually catching up on the Twitch chat. That was a very awesome thing there, Jace. Also, hello, Jace. Glad to see you there. Now the timers for Jay is obviously he's on the reset clock here. Joker's also getting down to that point as well. Joker's gonna go ahead and Sanguine Reyes back down. He's gonna leave again. It's a 3v2, but also that Archer still asleep. Actually forgot about the monk was in place, and now we're gonna watch Jay very much speed up his APM as he's trying to make sure he gets his axe in, or his timer burns out. This game can actually go either way at this point, I believe. Oh, that's a crit. Alright, that's going to take down the Orator. Jay is not out just yet. He is hanging on and he is recovering. He's actually going to put Joker in a bind now. Alright, looks like Joker's gonna go for the Cherry Blossom against the Dragoon and the Geomancer. I will down the Geomancer, the Dragoon will live, and he will auto potion out of that too. That's huge there by Jay. The acts are also very low. We're down to the 35th act now. With the actions being so tight, there's only 4 actions actively left, and it looks like everyone's going to get at least 1 act, minus the Archer. However, the Archer might, and it's a big might, wake up from sleep. Either way, this is going to be really, really tough. Looks like this might swing towards Dr. J here, but Joker has plenty of options he can make. He actually burned his timer out. That is not good. And the Archer wakes up. This is not looking good at all for Joker. At all, at any point. Jay's going to go for the Kiku in the Dark Knight. Solid hit there, 224. Kiku will break. Joker has to, he's got to go now. There's no waiting anymore. Timer's crushing him back down. He already lost his turn prior to that. 6 seconds. 3. Holds 1 fast button press there. He managed to get the Sanguine off before the timer hit 0. The Dark Knight goes back down again. That Dark Knight has been going up and down all this game here. Now it is a 2v2. Jay's timer's running back down. This is the moment we're waiting for. This is what's going to really decide. We're down to 2 actions. Oh no, he made a misplay there. That's not good. There's the shelf. He's burning. He's going to go ahead and burn an action instead of wasting attack. So that's actually a smart play there by Jay. However, it is not looking good now. It is not looking good at all. Joker has to make an action right now. Going for the cross slash. This is going to be a tie match. Two v two, 2v2 tie. That's crazy. Alright, let's get these guys back on the stage real quick here. Alright, Joker and Jay, you guys are undeafened. Wow, that was pretty insane. Good.
I'm shaking.
I lost track of time on that Dark Knight.
I know.
I'm very upset.
yeah, that was pretty wild, man. Good
I
stuff,
was like,
though.
what happened? Oh,
yeah,
the timer.
Timer got you. Yep. That's insane, though. Good stuff, though. Regardless, we can go ahead and once you guys get reset, go ahead to game 3, and that's really going to decide a lot of stuff. There may be a potential game 4 here, depending on how things go. So, see what happens.
Word.
Yeah, that was a barn slapper, whatever the word is.
Yeah.
Good game.
Good game. I spent like 5 minutes on the one turn and then had 15 seconds for the last 20.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I was in paralysis.
Yeah, I guess I lost track of time for mine.
When you guys are ready to go, we can go ahead and start. Start with roster verification as per usual. We get swaps in as this is game 3.
Yeah, sir. What was it? Aragway Woods?
Let me double check. I believe so. Yes, Aragway Woods.
Word.
those that are who all that are joining us, we do have a few match updates here. If you all didn't catch it earlier, we do have a couple of finished. Round 1, WngMan versus Rumer is 2-0. Rumer is finished from the tournament. WngMan will advance to semifinals. Also, Pista versus Space Monkey, 2-0 for Pista there. Space Monkey is also finished from the tournament. Pista will advance to semifinals. Mistral versus Hugh is still ongoing, and as well as Joker versus Jay, of course. When you guys are ready, feel free to go and start host, and we will begin roster verification.
I am hosting.
Join. What's the current set count for Mistral Hugh, if you know?
It is currently 1-0.
Word.
Yep. They're still doing their round 2. It should be wrapping up here soon, I would imagine.
There are my ones. You would. You would.
I think it's Aragway Woods.
Yeah, it is our
Is it our level?
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Go to
Disqualified.
everybody gets 1 occurrence, that's fine.
Delay of game.
Join in again.
Hosting.
Word.
Alright. And now that we have the game situated in pregame lobby, we can go in and start roster verification, starting with Joker. For those who are watching stream, I will be back with you all momentarily. and we are back. We are now starting up Game 3, Joker versus Dr. J. We just had a draw match a moment ago, and now we're going to proceed with the next game. This time, Joker has brought in his Construct 8, which was one of his reserved units, to his team. Changed up, have a little bit extra range damage this time around, as well as some really solid AoE. Alright, Dr. J's going to do the usual turn 1 Hystasia on his party. And now we're shifting over to Dr. J's Orator 3.0. I do want to make one little particular note for the audience. Dr. J's Orator has an Angel Ring equipped, so because Angel Ring is initial re-raise, it means that she can start the fight with re-raise, and then he can use re-equip to swap gear, but still maintain the benefits of re-raise. So really cool interaction there with very specific initial items. So now he's going to go ahead and change his gear set according to his opponent and or his team needs. And it looks like that's going to do it for there. Alright, and we're shifting over to Joker's Archer, or Locker. He's going to go and do a Hermes Tonic as Archer and end his turn, saving CT. Shifting over now to Jay's Archer, Opus. Alright, just going to do a Kiyomori there, apply a Protect Shell on Mustadio. Make sure that that crucial buff is up. The starter format is balanced around Protect Shell being at minimum applied to your units, either through Kiyomori, White Magic's Barrier, or through gear that provides Protect Shell. But it's very important that you do have that initial damage mitigation covered on your units to make sure that you can succeed and have a longer match by doing so. Alright, looks like Jay's going to go and shift over his Geomancer over towards the Dragoon, applying the Hermes Tonic, which provides float and regen. Float is very handy at negating earth damage entirely. And regen is much stronger in the PvP patch, restoring 1/4 of your maximum HP instead of, I would believe, was 1/6 in the original game. Maybe even 1/8. I don't quite remember off the bat, but it's much smaller in the original game. It's much more impactful in the PvP patch to compensate, to give that status effect a stronger meaning to actually have. Every bit of HP really does matter, especially in the high level competitive play, so being able to get that little extra 100 HP plus at the end of each of your turns really can be the difference in making or breaking a unit staying alive or being dead. Looks like Jay's gonna go for a 8-tile Shockwave here. Solid hit there for 242, but it will hit the Orator's Mana Shield completely. And it's going to regen 132 HP back. Again, that's with the emphasis of how strong regen can be, especially when you have a lot of bulk on that unit. Alright, looks like Joker's going to go ahead and high ether his Orator's MP back up, so that's going to provide effectively making that damage 142 instead of 242. And he's going to shift his Dark Knight forward, advancing towards the middle of the map. We're shifting gears over to Joker's Black Mage. I just want to highlight what you guys are seeing on the screen with the button presses. So what Jay is doing, he's actually pressing the start button on his controller or his keyboard. What that does is when it's not your turn, you can actually get a turn order check, so it's going through each acting unit in the row. So it's letting them know who's about to act next, who's coming up after them, etc., etc. It's a really good way to utilize your time, especially when it's not your turn, so that you can pre-plan better instead of using the turn order during your turn and then taking more of your time away. As we've noticed, time is very crucial. We actually managed to get down to a 15-second reset in the prior game, so playing time, especially high level, is very important to make sure that you're not wasting time as much as possible. Looks like Jay's going to attempt to apply Quick on his Geomancer. Quick is not Quick status from the original game, but rather it gives them plus 50 CT, so still a very noticeable increase. Whereas in the original game, it would give you technically 255 CT, which would automatically give you the Quick status, or aka your next turn. That was a balance change so that Quick can be abused, but also still be strong enough and impactful of an ability if you choose to use it. Now, shifting gears on another note. Joker's going ahead and shift his Construct 8, aka Demolition Man, forward. It's going to put him in range to be able to get Dispose shots off. He's going to go for the Dispose on the Dragoon. That's going to down the Dragoon. It's the first KO of this game. Joker 5-4. A solid shot there, did get Mana Shield absorbed. Here comes the Quick, has a 67% chance to land. It failed. That's unfortunate there on the Quick, trying to combo off the play, but that's okay. Jay has plenty of other moves he can make, even with that missing. Another high ether going out there on that archer, replenishing our mana shield count. As well as a nice regen there from the Brave suit that Jay had re-equipped into in the beginning of the match. And Jay's going to go ahead and advance his archer forward. He's going to get a nice 2-hit Kiku here. Solid 224 there by that archer. Joker's archer will respond with an auto potion, staving off most of the damage dealt. Looks like Jay may be going ahead and looking to do another Hestasia play here, trying to keep haste maintained on his allies. Haste falls off much faster than it does in the original game. That is to balance the impact that haste has. Haste being a very strong buff or stats effect, being that you get effectively more turns. But also he's trying to maintain that speed because his opponent unique is Construct 8, which is relatively slow and cannot be haste. So that will give Jay a little bit of a tactical advantage if he maintains that. He might be switching gears though on abilities. About to find out what he's about to do. Okay, looks like Jay's going to focus his Hestasia on Geomancer and the Archer specifically here. And now it's switching over to Joker's Archer, also known as Hurt Locker. Yeah. There's also Kanabrak, or Kabarak, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. We also have a couple other players who have some very interesting unit names. So one cool thing is that people are able to rename their human units as part of the PvP patch, so you can add an extra bit of flavor to your team. Alright, looks like Jay's gonna go ahead and get his Dragoon back up. He was recently shot down by Constructs Dispose. Alright, here comes the Histasia. Ah, I see what Jay is up to. Okay, a very well calculated play there by Jay. Timed it so that he can get his Dragoon back up and then haste his Dragoon afterwards, effectively increasing his turns. And now if we look at the turn order, Jay has the next 4 actions, but then followed by Joker having all next 5 actions, so these next 4 actions are going to be really impactful. Is Jay considering upping the faith of Mustadio? It would not be a bad thing. Why? Because this Mustadio is using time magics, so that would actually increase the hit rate of his spells landing. Looks like he's going to actually go for it. Alright, so it's going to bring Mustadio's faith effectively from 84 to 94. He's only 6 hitting the solid 100, but it's going to increase the hit chance of his time magics. Alright, we do have a match update. Lobby B, Mistral versus Hugh. Mistral did actually get the win there. She 4-2, so that is a 2-0 there. Hugh will be finished from the tournament. Mistral will advance to semifinals. Alright, I'm just trying to finish up a couple updates I need to do on my end as also the tournament official and the host slash commentator. a lot of stuff to handle, but we good. Just making sure that everything is good on the tournament level and so that everyone can get moving forward. Alright, and now with that being said, I can resume commentating for you lovely folks. Again, thank you all for joining us today for this, our second ever competition. Now it looks like Jay is assessing who he wants to go take down. He wants to either get the Orator down or Joker's Archer down. A charged weapon is looking pretty spicy though. It is a magic attack based ability, and since his Archer is MA stacked, she's actually able to do really respectable damage with it. So let's see if he's going to follow up with potentially getting a KO or he's going to change it up. His time is looking pretty rough though. We are in the 19th action. He's already down to almost 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So while Joker has a very comfortable 12 minutes to work with, so Jay may want to potentially start speeding it up a little bit more, planning in advance as the actions go by. Make sure he doesn't get on that burnout time. Alright. Looks like Jay's gonna go for the charged weapon that will down the Orator. And then looks like Jay's gonna run towards the other side of the map. That's, I believe he positioned that way to force Construct to have to kind of angle a little more so. Dispose this 8 range, so it doesn't take a lot of effort for Construct to get in range of a target, but it does require some moving if I'm not mistaken. Especially as as Jay is playing a little bit further back towards spawn right now. Alright, Joker's going to go ahead and advance his Dark Knight forward. Looks like he's eyeballing the Dragoon, but no, he's actually going to go for the Phoenix down. That was actually probably overall the better play there by Joker. Especially if the Orator CT is sitting comfortably near 100. And even if she's not near 100, that looks like she's almost 100, so that's either way still a revive play there. But even then, that does give another unit for Joker to have in play, as well as a unit that Jay has to worry about later. So even if the CT wasn't necessarily sitting right, if it's tactically smart to do so, still not a bad idea to get your units back into play. Alright, looks like Joker's going to go ahead and advance his Black Mage forward towards Jay's Dragoon. Alright, let's then go for the Ashura proc here. It's going to be a KO regardless because it was still in critical. Alright, and now it's time for Jay's Mustadia's Quick to land. It will succeed, giving that Geomancer an additional 50 CT, which should give her her turn now. Oh, that's actually a very interesting spot there. Let's see if Jay gets any stops. Those stops there, and both got Mana Shield hit. Unfortunate there for Jay. No status procs on the stop there. That Orator is still living. So Joker's gonna go ahead and advance his Construct 8. He's pretty much on enemy territory at this point, and has range at pretty much against any unit at his leisure as well. Alright, looks like Joker's gonna go ahead and get a nice solid 340 on the Mustadio sitting in the corner. Good hit there. And now switching over to Joker's in critical orator. She is critical but not out. She has plenty of plays that she can still make, even with the remaining 19-ish HP. Alright, looks like he's going to try to berserk the Geomancer. It does connect. That means that Jay has lost control of his Geomancer. The Geomancer is now under the AI control. The AI will prioritize that Geomancer to do only basic attacks, which means that she won't use any of her secondary abilities or even her primary ability set. Joker's going to go in and shift his Archer forward. He's going to try to go for the Doom Shot, aim Vitals on Jay's Archer. It does connect. This is not looking good for Jay right now. He has one unit out of control. He has one unit that effectively has two actions left. Or excuse me, one action left. And then the Orator and Musadi are pretty much camped in the corner. Jay's trying to assess what's the best play he can make here. Looks like one of his better options is to try to get some type of status element on one of Joker's units to try to offset the fact that Joker is definitely on his side of the map right now, and his space is getting very much limited. Again, Jay's timer is now approaching the minute left mark, so he's really going to have to make his next plays count. Not sure what's going on Jay's end. I don't know if he might be trying to calculate the best play here possible. Okay, he's going to go ahead and hit his own unit. I think he might be calling it, more or less. Raising the white flag, if you will. Oh, that was a really hefty crit there with the bag. I will down the Orator. Jay's time is effectively down to 10 seconds left. He is pretty much pushing the reset clock now. Go ahead and cast slow on Joker's Archer. That got blocked by the shield. Oh man, that's rough. Alright, it is the Doomed Archer's one action that she can make. And he's got the 10 seconds to work with, so he's going to be pushing buttons really fast. You go for the Charge Raiden here. It's a 2-hit. That was a pretty solid hit there by the Archer. She will die on her next action though, however. Protect Shell that was cast earlier is falling off from Stadio, as well as the haste on Jay's party. So Joker's going to go ahead and advance his Dark Knight forward towards Jay's Orator. Gonna go for the Sanguine, and he gets a critical strike there as well. 345. I will put that Orator down in critical. She is going to, however, recover 150 and take her out of critical via Auto Potion. And now Joker's going to more than likely advance his Black Mage further towards the J stack, as he has very much the field and tactical advantage. Alright, Joker's going to return fire with a Cheery Rain of his own. I will down Mustadio and greatly injure the Berserk Geomancer. Alright, Jokers are going to go in and attack the Geomancer, also putting her down as well, so that's going to leave Jay with 1 unit remaining, and the clock that is ticking down. It looks like that's going to be pretty much a GG there for Jay. Entice will also fail to connect here. Alright, and there it is. Alright, Joker will take this game. Whoop, my bad. I spoke too soon. I forgot there was a re-raise about to go off here, so that's going to bring that Orator back up. However, not a lot of options here. Looks like he's going to go ahead and go for the Phoenix play here. There is actually, I will say this, there's a very, very small window for Jay right now, especially with the clock around her. The Archer will actually beat the Dragoon out, however, in CT, because the CT of the Dragoon is almost reaching 100 as well, so it's pretty much safe to say. Unfortunately for Jay, he definitely put up a big fight here, but it looks like Joker does have. He's going to go ahead and go for the unavailable Sonic Boom hit. That will read-down the Dragoon. And then the Dark Knight should get the finish. And that's it. Alright, Joker and Jay, have you guys unmuted?
Good game. That was great.
Good game, guys.
I didn't know how Berserk worked.
Yeah,
no.
It's control. Yeah, lost that unit control, so that really put you in a bind there any further.
Oh, for me, it was when I tried to attack him, I would have done something else.
Oh, okay, that's why you did that. Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I thought I was trying to knock him out.
Trying to knock him out of it. Yeah. I gotcha. I wasn't sure why you did that at first. I thought maybe you were just.
I was looking it up. I was like Berserk FFT, and I was like, I had 30 seconds left, and I was just like, fuck it.
Yeah. Understandable. Well, again, great games to you both. Mr. Joker will advance to semifinals. Mr. J is finished from the event. I do appreciate the craziness that happened between you both going to the game 3. That was really awesome to see. And
good games.
Yeah, that was fun.
Good games.
All right, and with that being said, we're going to take a brief 3 minutes. I'm going to get the lobbies situated for the semifinals.
Good luck, have fun to everyone else. Peace.
Yep.
All right, fellas. Thank you very much. For those that are watching, I will be back with you all momentarily. Alright, and we are back. It is now semifinals featured WngMan versus Jokerfisch. This is actually going to be kind of a, if you will, a repeat of how the 2023 opener went, because these two were the participants in the finals of that tournament. So let's see who gets past this and who will actually enter the finals of the 2024 Starter Winter Cup 1. You're watching from WngMan's perspective. He is also the game host, so he is Team Blue, Joker is Team Red. Alright, looks like Joker's going to do a turn 1 region float using the Hermes Tonic. And then we're shifting gears over to WngMan's Archer. Alright, looks like WngMan's going to go and do a turn 1 focus on his monk, amping up his speed, PA, and MA stats by 1 each. And then we're going to shift over to Joker's Dark Knight, who's also going to apply a Hermes Tonic to himself. Another float region there, getting that region out there early for the fight ahead. Okay, it's an interesting positional move there by Joker. Shift over to his Black Mage now. And for those who are also watching, the Lobby A semifinals match has also started with Pista versus Mistral. They will be conducting their game 1 ongoing on the same map. Everybody plays on the same map in each subsequent round, so it means that they're also playing on Valia's tour. Alright, let's just go for the shout. Gonna amp up his PA, MA speed, and additionally 10 bravery. And we're switching over to WngMan's Bard sustain. Also, Sustain's going to start the Rousing Melody Bard song. This has a 60% chance to apply haste to allies nearby, every so often when it fires. Joker's going to advance his cloud forward. Alright. Now this cloud is a Bard cloud, it's not a Soldier cloud or Black Mage cloud, so that's also why this cloud is able to hit fairly hard, is because Bard has a fairly high base magic attack stat. But also, he does have the ability to use Bard Song, which looks like what Joker's going to plan to do instead. He's going to have his Orator shoot with the Blaze Gun on WngMan's Monk, for a nice 162 chip damage. Cloud is casting Rousing Melody, just like Wing is casting Rousing Melody with his Bard. Alright, looks like Wayne's on advance his Dragoon and jump on Joker's Black Mage. Got a nice at least 2-hit haste there from WngMan's Bard Song. Looks like Wing's gonna go ahead and advance towards forward and actually shoot his Luso. He's gonna go for the Dragonheart. The Dragonheart actually missed there, however, so he ended up injuring his Luso for 144. He's trying to get some team damage on so he can proc the Dragonheart and get that re-raise. Alright, Joker's gonna advance his Archer forward. Alright, looks like going for the aim vital shot. That will miss, however. Alright, that jump will succeed hitting the Black Mage's Mana Shield, dealing a hefty 209 HP damage to the Black Mage. She will survive. Alright, looks like Luso is charging up. Looks like WngMan has a really solid Abyssal Blade Strike here. He's going for it. That will down... Oh, a double KO there. He's going to down Cloud and Orator together. No Mana Shield proc on Cloud either. That was a really solid multi-KO there by WngMan's Luso. Black Mage is also in critical hit as well, because her Mana Shield was already depleted earlier from the jump. Alright, WngMan's going to advance his Monk forward. He's going to also go for the finishing Shockwave here. Black Mage will also go down. It is currently 5v3 WngMan. And another Rousing Melody will refresh on a couple of units there. The Monk also got affected, so the Archer, the Monk, and currently Luso is affected by haste. The Bard might be... Actually, the Bard will not because the Bard has Curse Ring, which prohibits being haste. But still, with that haste advantage and multiple units alive, that's not looking good at all for Joker right now. Everyone's going to go ahead and advance his Bard. Looks like he's going to switch offensively now and going to do a charge raid against Joker's Archer. I will put that Archer in critical, however he will get out of critical thanks to Auto Potion. Alright, Joker's going to have to play very, very carefully here. More than likely he's going to need to play the Revive game, which is going to backpedal him a little bit, and with WngMan having haste advantage and a lot of pressure on his back row and front row, Joker's going to be extremely careful in the next couple plays he makes here. Joker's going to shift over his Dark Knight beside his Cloud. I'm going to go in for the Phoenix down on Cloud, getting him back up. However, I believe the CT does not favor Cloud, and WngMan may still have a unit advantage against them. He does. Looks like WngMan's just trying to figure out how he wants to proceed, with more than likely trying to read down Cloud if I had a waiter. got the board advantage. Cloud is near CT. It's the likely play. Oh, okay. Interesting. He's going to go, and instead of going for Cloud, he's going to go ahead and Elixir Luso, give him the full HP top up. Alright, now on this Cloud's action, he does have full MP, so he's got every option of limit at his disposal. But this is really going to be the biggest play here. I see what WngMan was up to now. He went ahead and restored Luso's HP to avoid any situation where Cherry Blossom was used. If he goes for Omni Slash, he can only target Luso effectively because it's only a 1 AoE targeting range. And then Luso could take maybe maybe one full hit, maybe 2 hit stops before he goes down. But either way, he's pre-planning to make sure that Luso is more likely going to sustain the damage. Looks like Joker's going to go for the Cherry Blossom. That was by far probably his best option to get as much AoE damage out as possible. That is a double KO there for Joker. That will down WngMan's Bard and Monk. That was a good play. And as well as getting Luso into critical. Like Cloud's running back. It is now WngMan's Dragoon's turn. Looks like WngMan is evaluating what's going to be his best bet here. The Archer is near CT. He's going to get and play it safe and go on and get his units back up. Alright, yeah, WngMan's Monk is actually the next acting unit since he's at 95 CT. Again, another smart play there by WngMan to play off the CT. But, however, I did not see that the Dark Knight was actually beating him out by CT advantage, so Joker does get the acting turn before the Monk. And so Joker's going to have to play very cautiously here. Alright, we're going to go ahead for Sanguine Sword, excuse me, on the Archer. That's going to get him out of critical and top him up fairly well. Looks like he's not going to move and save on CT. The Monk does actually get the turn. I did misread that entirely. I believe that earlier it was the Dark Knight's turn, but it was actually Luso's turn. Like the Monk's gonna go ahead for a throw dagger. It was like really low roll there, but it was actually enough to get the Archer down. I was very unfortunate there for Joker. WngMan is currently 4-2. And he definitely has the unit presence on the board as of right now. Alright, Joker really has to weigh in on his options here, especially with him being at a very much disadvantage, both in units, alive, and on the board. Gonna go for the Infernal Strike. Okay, interesting play there by Joker. That is an MP attack. That will, however, trigger the Dragonheart, so that will give Luso his re-raise status that we were sought after in the beginning of the game. The reason why I believe Joker went for that play specifically instead of Sanguine or Crushing Blow is so that it taps Luso drive his MP, which he is. Luso doesn't have any means to refill his MP automatically, so it looks like WngMan is going to go ahead and just get his Bard back up. That will cause Luso to not be able to cast Sanguine or Crushing Blow because both of those abilities cost MP. So Joker was trying to limit his options there. However, it is Wingman's Bard's turn now, so he will have a lot of different plays he can make here as well. Looks like he's going to go ahead and play offensive, maintain the pressure, go for another Charge Raiden. Solid 342 there by the critical Bard. And now it is Wingman's Luso's turn. I'm not sure, but if Luso could get to Cloud, that might be the best option right now to go ahead and try to get Cloud down before he gets his next acting move. It looks like he's definitely in range, but he might not be considering it. Let's see. Luso's mobility is very high thanks to the Erendite Fell Sword, which grants +1 move, and also that Luso has a Close Helmet, which is an additional +1 move. That's why he's able to get around the map so well, even as a Dark Knight, which by default only have 3 movement. Alright, looks like Luso's just going to go out with the Banes and self-destruct using one of his new abilities, Huntcraft. That's going to KO both the Dark Knight and Luso. Now, Luso does have Dragon Heart's Re-Raise, so he's not really out because he'll just come back and could potentially just self-destruct again on Cloud. So Joker has to weigh in on that as well. Looks like the Monk is going to go ahead for the finish. That's definitely enough damage. Alright, and that is a wrap. That will be game 1, Wingman. Alright. Hey guys, you both there?
Yep.
Yes.
Good game.
GG's.
GG's as well. We could go ahead and go straight into game 2. Let's go ahead and get that started here. Game 2 is Orban Monastery.
Winning.
And hosting. Oh, Orbone Monastery.
Right. For those that are watching, I will be back momentarily as we get roster verification done. And we are back. This is now game 2 of WngMan versus Jokerfisch. This time we are heading to Orban Monastery. For those that are not aware, we have a certain map format. It is medium map as game 1, small map game 2, and then medium map game 3. So we are in the game 2, and thus we are on the Orban. There have been slight adjustments made to rosters for game 2, as players are allowed to change their rosters starting game 2 and game 3. So you might see a slight deviation in units on teams this time around. Alright, looks like Joker's going to start off with advancing his archer towards the wingman stack. Okay, very bold move there. He's going to go straight for the aim vitals. It does connect on wingman's dragoon, however, so it's going to give that doom status, marking the dragoon for one effective action before he dies. Wingman's going to go ahead and advance his archer towards the Joker stack. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be very aggressive here by both parties. He's also going to return favor and do an aim vitals on the Dark Knight, also reducing his active turns down to 1. Speaking of which, because of the CT, Wingman actually went straight for the Dark Knight, so the Dark Knight immediately gets this 1 act, and then he's dead, unless Joker can respond to Doom somehow. Normally, through stuff like re-raise status, re-raise and Doom will cancel each other in the PvP patch. So if he can get re-raised on the Dark Knight, the Doom goes away. Or there's other abilities that can do stuff like Moogle, or there are also some other abilities, or excuse me, there's actually a weapon that does it as well. That's the ability to cleanse Doom status. Anyways, so looks like he's going to go ahead and move his Dark Knight in for a crushing blow on Luso. However, that will trigger the Dragonheart on Luso, causing re-raise status. Still a solid 288 damage there inflicted by Joker. Yeah, looks like Joker's going to keep his Black Mage in position and get an 8-range Kiku off. Black Mage was Black Mage, solid 280 hit there with Kiku with Jumanji by Jokerfisch. Joker's going to go ahead and shift his Black Mage right behind Cloud, and now it is Wingman's Luso's turn. I did want to emphasize on something kind of cool here. Joker has his Cloud equipped with the new item called Steadfast Ring, and what it does is it gives him initial invulnerability. The invulnerability status makes it so that Cloud is untouchable. He cannot be targeted, he cannot be damaged, he cannot be statused, but it only lasts for like one of his actions and then it falls off. Especially on a map like this where it's already close quarter, it does give him an advantage to not have to worry about Cloud getting touched. Let's see that Mana Shield price. Oh, that's a critical strike there too. Oh man, that was nutty. Oh, but the stop. Oh man. Still, the Mana Shield absorbed that hefty critical damage. However, the stop from Crushing Blow still rolled through, and the Orator is out of play for a moment. Still, that was a really solid save there by Joker's Orator. Alright, now we're switching gear to Joker's Cloud here. Is he going to play aggressive? Is he going to focus Luso? Like, he's got a lot of different plays here. I don't think he will go the Bard Song route, considering where we are on the map. Looks like he's going to move towards Wingman's Archer. So it looks like he's going to go aggressive. He's going to go ahead and Cherry Blossom that side of the map here. Wingman does have his unit space, so he's not going to really be able to get effectively a lot of damage out, but still, 2 units hit by a really strong attack is enough to probably down somebody. The Black Mage will go down thanks to that earlier Kiku there. The Archer will live and even top up some of that damage taken thanks to Auto Potion. Then we're switching over to Wingman's Dragoon, who is already Doom inflicted, so this is the only action he can make before he dies on his next turn. And Invulnerable is still active on Cloud. It will fall off very soon, though. It looks like Wingman's gonna... Okay. He's going to take a risk. I think it's a safe risk, but what he's doing is he's going to go ahead and charge up a jump on Cloud while he's still invulnerable. What should happen is the invulnerable will fall off before the jump lands on Cloud, effectively getting that damage out. It's a little bit of a gamble, but I think it is a safe gamble because Cloud's turn already went, and usually invulnerable will fall off like a few turns after. So I think he made a safe play there, and now it's a very interesting advanced play as well there by Wingman. Alright, he's going to push over his Orator one tile to the right, and is going to potentially Berserk. He's got a lot of speechcraft options here. Is he going to sleep? He's going to Doom them. Looks like he's going to go for the Doom on this as well. The Doom actually missed on the 75%. That was unfortunate. That quarter off there. But that is very fortunate for Joker. Oh, wow, okay. The Invulnerable is still active on Cloud. It's probably just about to fall off. So that was still, again, very strategic play there by Wingman. He took a chance to try to just go on and get Cloud down with that jump. But still, Invulnerable did completely prohibit that damage from being dealt to Cloud. Joker's going to backpedal his Archer to his Orator, who's in critical status. Alright, Leslie's going to apply an Adrenaline item, a new item in the Chemist kit. It causes the removal of slow and stop status. That will get her back to action. And now it's shifting over to Wingman's Archer's turn. Look at Wingman's going to probably weigh in on the Sonic Boom here. That is an unavoidable attack, so she is definitely going to be taking the solid 160 damage, putting her in KO status. Yep, and there goes one. It is currently 4-3 Wingman. Okay, now it is Joker's Black Mage's turn. Again, he has some... It's going to be offensive options. It's a Black Mage on a Yido secondary, so still a lot of damage potential because the Black Mage's innate high magic attack. He's going to follow through with the Cherry Dragon, which is the strongest in the Yido kit. It's a solid 360 hit there on both Luso and the Archer. However, the Archer will stave off most of that damage through Auto Potion. Now it is Luso's turn. Invulnerable is 100% off on Cloud. Women did the rightful check there to make sure in the status screen. That is something that we'll be looking at fixing in the future for those that are watching. Luso gets in position behind Cloud directly. Looks like he's going to pop, self-destruct. That will down both KO Luso and Cloud. Wingman's Dragoon dies due to Doom status. There's a lot of dying happening right now. Again, Luso still has Dragon Heart applied, so he's going to get back up when his CT hits 100. Wingman's going to go ahead and shift his Orator forward. He cannot make the angle on the Black Mage with her gun. He is looking like he's going to go and try to read Doom again. It's been a very Doom-filled game here. Doom will apply it to Joker's Archer, effectively cutting off his active actions down to 1. So this is his last turn before he dies as well. All right, to have a quick game update for you all. Pista did succeed in the first game versus Mistral with a 4-0. I'm going to swap over to their lobby in a second here, because this game is so close. Let's kind of see. I'll wait it out real quick before I get down there and get them starting their game too. Joker's going to go ahead and backshot that Archer. Wingman's Archer will go down. Currently a 2-1 Joker, however Luso is still in re-race status, so he will get up momentarily. Archer's backshots do go crazy. Oh man, that was funny. I get you. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, now Joker doesn't have a lot. He's got several options here, but again, his kit is Black Magic's Yaido. So what he's going to do here is probably going to end up trying to get as much damage dealt on this Orator. Looks like he's already positioned to do so. Again, you got to keep in mind that Luso is still in re-race status, so he should be popping back up here in like another turn, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, looks like Joker's going to risk the KO. It did not succeed. This still did a fairly bit of damage, 200 damage on the weakest Yaido ability. There's Luso, he's popped back up. We can only guess what's going to happen here next because the Archer is at 1-tick Doom and Luso is back up and that Black Mage is in position to get to. So, we all know what's about to happen. Luso's probably about to go pop. But keep in mind this. The Black Mage is full health and also has Mana Shield. She will die. And that's it. That is a 1-0 Wingman. Very close. Alright, let's get these guys back on unmuted real quick.
GG's.
Wingman, Joker. You guys there?
Yes, sir.
Alright, GG
Right.
to you both. Very interesting game there we had there, especially with the dooming shenanigans going on.
Well, you get a Doom.
All
You
the
get a
dooms.
Doom.
Everybody
gets a Doom.
That's good stuff though. That will be the advancement for Wingman to finals. Joker's finished from the tournament, but Joker again, awesome stuff, awesome progression there. I did great.
Mhm.
Definitely,
was-
definitely interesting cloud build you had going on there too.
I was definitely scared. I thought I don't know why I thought like the jump was gonna like land after the steadfast wore off. Like it was first turn action.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, like steadfast will fall out. I'm like, no, that was a misplay on my part.
Well, you know, I was commentating on it too. Like I seen what you were doing. I was like, okay, it's a gamble because I wasn't sure either. But I was like, well, it might fall off right before you land.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. But yeah, but if it was like, yeah, it was worth the gamble. And now I know for science.
Science. All right, fellas. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pop in the lobby A because they also just finished their game to succeed in the first game of their series. So give me a second here. I might actually let me go catch up with them real quick. For those that are watching, I'm going to go into downtime for a moment and then follow up with them. I'll be back with you all momentarily.
Oh.
Alright, and we are back. We're actually watching the second game of Pista versus Mistral. Since Wing and Joker finished their game earlier, I went ahead and asked if they were cool with coming on the stage to rock at their second game, and they both agreed, which is awesome. So they can actually watch them, unfold through their match as well. The point of view that you're viewing is blue is Pista and red is Mistral. So as we're watching, as Pista is the host for this match, so Mistral's going to go ahead and push her Thief directly towards Cloud. She will successfully get a very high rate steel weapon there, thanks to Thief's gloves. That will take Cloud's Vela Wii U. Alright, now it is Pista's turn. Alright, it looks like he's going to push his Cloud forward midway to Mistral stack. It's going to go ahead and consider a Meteor Rain instead of a Cherry Blossom, considering she does have some damage mitigation, elemental resistance rather. Still a solid 420 hit, by the way, on both Agrius and Mistral's Bard. It is on Mistral's Bard turn. He is heavily injured there from that Meteor Rain, but still has plenty of options to make. Alright, so Pista, excuse me, he also goes by Joe on the server. So, but anyways, Pista, he has a couple options here with Summon, as well as Job Magics. The turn cast time is a little wonky right now. There are some Bard songs going off, so that's going to kind of throw off the casting duration for the abilities that his Summoner has. But still, he could utilize them for later rounds if he can safely drone cast or get her out of position. He's trying to weigh in on potentially going after that Thief, but I'm not sure yet. So, again, try to make the best play possible. Nothing wrong there. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes to figure out what is best, what is the threat. He's going to charge up a cast there, and he's going to shift over to his Time Mage, which is more than likely going to cast his Stagia on his group. Alright, now we're shifting over to Mistral's Agrius. She also sustained a pretty hefty hit there earlier by Cloud's Meteor Rain, but she still has 245 HP out of 65. One thing Mistral has to focus on here is the fact that there is several AoEs going off. One, dangerous, and then one also friendly on Pista's behalf. So she may be trying to figure out if like Cloud is the main threat, maybe potentially go directly after him. Summoner's also within her range as well with Arius, so she could potentially down her or hit her MP severely, which would cause her to not be able to cast as well either. Well, it looks like she's going to move towards the mid stack of Orban here. Alright, let's just go for the Hollow Bolt on Pista's Summoner. It will successfully connect the 512 solid hit there, also taking the advantage of the fact that she is in the middle of charging, which causes increased physical damage taken. But I will get rid of Pista's Summoner. That will be the first KO of this game. Alright, looks like she's going to start dancing as well midway. And now we're switching over to Pista's turn here with his Dragoon. And the Dragoon is going to get in position for a Phoenix Down, it seems, on the Summoner. Yep. Alright, so Pista's going to go ahead and get his Summoner back into play. She is low CT, however, but still, another living unit is always equally as important. Another threat that the opponent has to worry about later. Is now shifting over to Pista's Black Mage. Alright, Black Mage is going to get into position to Yido range the Mistral's Thief and Mistral's Bard. Saw a 6. Whoa, man, that was a lot of damage there. 616 mitigated versus Shell. Now we'll get a double KO there for Pista, downing both the Thief and the Bard Song, and his stage is now being fired as well. I'm going to provide haste on both Pista's Time Mage, Dragoon, and the Summoner that's in the little bit in the purview. Alright, now we're over to Mistral's Black Mage. It is currently 5-3 Pista. Now, with Mistral having a unit disadvantage currently against Pista, she does have to weigh in on her options here, so you may take a brief moment, see a brief moment of her pausing and trying to weigh in on what options she does have. She does have Faith status, the little T with the little up arrow bubble that's popped up above her name, her character. That means that her Black Magic is also effectively stronger. And she also does have Yido and Arcane Strength. So she has a lot of play potential here, because she did shift towards and out of the center stack. Looks like it's going to be leaning more towards Black Magic than anything at this point. Mistral does have plenty of time on the game clock here. She's whoa, okay. Wasn't expecting to see. Oh, it was a turn 1 Blizzaga. That's spicy. I'm not gonna. That's pretty spicy. It's a solid 900 damage against Mana Shield. Still 500 into HP for Mana Shield Blade 3. That was heavy. Whoa. Okay. Oh man, that's a game shift there. That Forbidden Dance hitting that slow, or excuse me, that sleep and the stop on both Joe's, or excuse me, Pista, Summoner and his Black Mage. That's gonna hurt a little bit. Mistral's definitely getting a little bit more of an advantage back in play with just those 2 last moves that she made. I'm curious, did that Cloud actually have Protect Shell? He did not. That's why he took so much damage right there. Okay, so Pista's definitely going to have to take some time to like figure out what he wants to do here because he's got a stopped and a sleeping unit that automatically gives Mistral field advantage now as it's effectively taking 2 of his units out of play for a moment. Looks like he might go for the Moogle though, which would probably be his best bet. But again, he has plenty of options that he can make. And his cast times are looking pretty well as well. Yep. He's checking gear statuses on both units that are in range, trying to see what statuses that she negates or is immune to, so that way if he goes for like a status play, he's not end up burning his actions. Very smart play there by Pista, to double check his opponent's gear. He might be weighing on an Odin. Looks like it. Okay, it is. He's going to chance an Odin's Intensican here. There's a 19% chance that when that fires, it will automatically inflict KO. Now, Agrias has a ribbon, so she is immune to said KO, but the Knight, Misty, does not have a ribbon or KO immunity, so there is a chance that she could die from that automatically. But we'll see how that plays. Again, this is going to be a really big play here for Pista. With them having 2 stunned units, he's going to need to maintain aggression or potentially try to get somebody out of a status. Or this could swing very fast and not in his favor. Alright, looks like Pista's going to be weighing in on either revive or status play here. Again, he's got a lot of different things he can do here, so the opportunity of which he can make a really good play here with his Dragoon is wide open. Right, looks like he's going to go for the X potion here and freeing up a top up on his Sleepy Summoner. Alright, and he's going to position his Dragoon around. Alright, here comes his Intensican, aka Odin. Yes, his name was changed from Vanilla. I think he had a different name. I can't remember what it was called. Oh, whoa, there it is! Dang, okay. Pista actually lands the KO infliction on that Knight. Automatically KOing her. Alright, so again, man, this game could really go either way at this point. Though Mistral has 2 very strong and capable units, and Agrias is reaching critical status, and Pista having 2 stun units, 1 sleep and 1 stopped, those statuses are going to fall off very quickly, especially stopped. So she's really going to have to make a really advantaging play here. That's actually a really smart play here. She's going to go for the... Oh, got a critical strike there to seize a hit Mana Shield on the Time Mage, but the Summoner will go down. That region is actually a really nice region there too. That's going to keep Agrius potentially alive for a moment. And Mistral made a really smart play there. She's taking advantage of the fact that Pista's units were in a row, so that way she can actually get the double AoE shot. And because the summoner was asleep, she took more damage as well. But alas, Pista still has plenty of options. It looks like he might be looking at a Fairy play here. Fairy was changed from the vanilla game to the PvP patch. It is now a AoE revive, a two AoE revive. So it looks like he's going to take the 3-tick Fairy, and potentially try to get his summoner back up. Mistral needs to capitalize on that, which it looks like she might be doing just that right now. If her cast times are low, especially with level 2, level 3 spells, black magics, that's almost going to be a death sentence against that time mage because it is Faith versus Faith. And since they're both Faith units, the magic damage, the magic potential is at its most peak. So a black magic having a lot of magic attack and then having Faith going up against another unit with Faith, the damage can be very high. So let's see what she's about to do. Again, both their clocks are very much equal, 7 minutes out, so they have plenty of time to make the right play. It's not a rush. This is actually very much a deciding factor for Mistral. If she loses this game, she's done from the tournament, and Pista will advance, so she's definitely making sure she's looking at the right stuff here, the right moments. If I had a wager, Mistral might be busting at the calculator and figuring out what her damage potential is. Not a bad thing. Again, she has the time. There isn't many units alive. Like, this is getting really close. It looks like she's got it. She's got the turn 1 Fire. 592. That is crazy. That is the damage potential being reached because it is Faith versus Faith. That's going to take down Pista's Time Mage. And again, Mistral now has field advantage once more because Pista's Black Mage is stopped, and also because she has 2 strong living units. Now, not to say Pista's Dragoon is still there in play. He's definitely still capable. He's got items on the back bar. He's able to get around, check the CT, could potentially get a res. He needs to look at that Black Mage, though, which he might be weighing in on. But I do wager that stop is going to fall off very soon because there's not many units in play. The status effect clocks will actually speed up as there's less units in play. So status effects that usually have a short duration will fall off even faster than they normally do. And stop is one of those short ones. So maybe something that he needs to weigh in on. It might not be something he's thinking about, but just letting you all, as the viewers, know that there is potential for statuses to fall off faster as we get to the late game. Alright, looks like Pista's going to go on the revive play here. Yep, he's going to go for the Phoenix Down on his Time Mage. He's going to bring her back in critical with 11 HP. He's going to give him an extra unit to work with on the board. Stop falls off right after, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too sure on the CT there. That Black Mage just might be next, potentially. Stop does freeze the CT of units, 63. So, yeah, it doesn't cause it to, keep going as they're stunned. So she does return back to where she was when she gets freed up from stop. So that's actually something that Mistral needs to weigh in on as well. But it looks like that's something she is going to consider. I do think that's probably her best bet in this particular situation. Considering that Black Mage could be very dangerous right now, especially with where she's positioned. That Black Mage has the Ido, she could just run up, Cherry Drain again. She was slapped with that Cherry Drain earlier, so not something I don't think Mistral's going to want to deal with. And also to note, if you guys hadn't already noticed, Mistral's Black Mage does not have Protect Shell. She only has Faith Status, the Faith Status bubble. So she's taking the full front of the damage that she takes, and if I had to wager, that Ido is going to hurt very hard from Pista's end. So again, she has to play this very, very carefully. Looks like she's going to go for the Judgment Blade. She gets another crit. I think that was a crit, but no stop. But that does kill through the mana shield and it converts to health. This will give Pista an advantage again on the field. The game is definitely swinging right now. It's going either or at this point. Alright, Pista's, again, this is all down to the wire, right? Like, Pista's going to have to really weigh in on what is the best play he can make right now. Both of his living opponents are very capable of basically causing a GG, so he's got to play this really smart. Oh. Okay, no, again, Agrias is ribboned, which pretty much means she can't be status other than oil and chicken. Which, with the units that are in play, that's not going to be an option. But that Black Mage, though, again, because they're both Faith, she has the full, Pista will have the full 100% on pretty much whatever he wants to do if he's considering that Black Mage getting status. But Agrias is ribbon, and I would say that Agrias is probably his biggest overall threat. So this whatever abilities he's going for now is really going to be very crucial. He's going to go for the Slowja here. That should 100% on Mistral's Black Mage. That's going to hurt a lot for active turns. Again, Agrias has ribbon, so that doesn't matter. Slow can't hurt her. And now we're shifting over to Pista's Black Mage, who is now in great Yado position for a series rating, but it broke earlier, so he's going to switch to Muramasa more likely, which is the second strongest in the Yado kit. This also has a chance to Doom as well. Again, Agrias is probably his biggest threat, and she can't be doomed, so. Okay, wow. Man, alright, this is getting really crazy. Alright, so we got the 19% chance to Doom from Muramasa actually succeeded on Mistral's Black Mage, effectively giving her this last turn before she goes down. This is like the deciding moment now. That is a double KO though. Dragoon will auto potion about a little under half that damage taken. This could be it. Oh, and Cloud does not get back up. I don't know if you guys noticed this earlier, but Cloud was undead due to the cursed robe. He had a 50% chance to revive once his counter hit 0. And sadly, that 50% was a no, and so he vanished off the board, so Cloud's out. Pista might have been kind of holding on to see if that would happen, which that could have been the complete game changer if he got back up. But because he didn't, now this is not looking good for Pista. Oh, never mind. This is actually looking really great for Pista. I didn't realize Agrias was still injured earlier from that damage. So Black Mage will slow will fall off. Joe will actually get another turn here. And he's going to take down the Black Mage. That's it. Wow, that was a... I don't even have words for that. That was a really great game. Pista will succeed to the finals. He 1-0'd here on this game and is a match 2-0 against Mistral. All right, let's get these guys unmute real quick. All right, Pista and Mistral. GG. See, they might be still muted. 1 second. Pista, you there? Mistral, you there?
Yo, GG. Yep.
Awesome. GG to you both. Man, that was a
Crazy game.
yeah, it was a crazy game. Yeah, that swung so many times. It wasn't even funny. Like one moment you
The
had it, one
KO,
moment
dude.
Mistral had it. Yeah, like
I'm
the
not
KO from Zentetsuken.
voting.
Like yeah. The Doom, even like that Doom on more muscle was huge.
Oh yeah.
But Mistral, you
Crazy.
put up a hell of a fight though. GG to
Her
you
team
both.
is
That's-
really awesome.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that being said, like, man, this has been a very crazy ride here. We are now approaching the finals as Pista will now advance to the grand finals versus WngMan in a best of 3 single elimination to determine who is the winner of the 2024 Starter Winter Cup. However, these guys are already winners. You want to know why they're winners? Because since they made it to the end, and it's either way, if you get first or second, they both will get an invitation to, in the future, this is to be determined when, but they both will get an invitation to participate in an exhibition match that will happen hopefully very soon. That will give them a day early access to the upcoming PvP patch 4.0. They'll be able to get the save data in the patch early, they'll get to play test it, and they even get to stream it live for everybody to kind of see some of the new stuff that's coming out the day before everybody else gets it. So, again, congrats to you both, Pista and Mistral. Mistral, you did awesome. Love to see it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
great game.
Let me go in and get WngMan on board here, and Mistral, if you don't mind, exiting the stage, and then we can go away and get ready to get this finals on the road. All right, Mr. WngMan, are you there?
Sure am.
Sure. All right. So we're going to take a quick, like, 5-minute pause here, maybe even a little less than that, just so I can finish up some of my notes, and then we will jump into the finals, game 1, which, if I'm not mistaken, the first map is Malun Cathedral Nave. Yes, WngMan will be host since he is the first seed, and we will get that show on the road momentarily. I'll be back with you all in a sec.
All right.
And we are back. This is the moment you all have been waiting for, the grand finals. It is WngMan versus Pista. This is the pivotal moment of the events, because we will figure out who is the champion of the 2024 Starter Winter Cup #1. You're watching WngMan's perspective. He is blue team, Pista is red team. This is the first game of the best of 3 series. We're going to first start off with WngMan's Archer here. And they're definitely taking some time out here to figure out what their opponent has. So, don't worry about the delay. It's pretty normal to see, when I go and look at each of my opponent's gear and stuff. Very important to know anyways, right? So that way they know they're going up against and what they can and cannot mess with. Alright, looks like Wing's going to go ahead and advance his Archer towards the mid of Lung Cathedral. He's going to go for a Basotoxico shot that succeeds. It's going to inflict poison and oil status on Mrs. Time Mage. Alright, looks like he's going to go ahead and advance his Monk. We already know what's about to happen here. He's going to take advantage of the oil status effect. Oil in the PvP patch doubles all elemental damage other than Holy and Dark. Because oil was already inflicted, that means that earth damage from Shockwave is doubled. Time Mage will still survive after all that though, with hefty Mana Shield bulk going into HP. But that was a very nice and very aggressive opening play there by WngMan. He's trying to make sure he's getting as much damage done as possible early as. And we're changing gears over to Pista's Time Mage. She was greatly injured earlier by both getting hit by Basotoxico and then getting followed by an oil-based Shockwave attack, but she's still standing and still capable. She's going to Mana Font 58 of her MP back, giving her plenty of room to cast whatever he needs. And for those that do not know, Mana Font and Life Font restore 1/6 of your MP or HP compared to the 1/8 in vanilla, so you do get a little more bang for your buck, making both those movement abilities very usable. All right, let's start charging up here, and then we're going to be shifting gears here in a second to Pista's Summoner. Yep. Huh. Alright. I'm not too sure what he was doing there. He might be drone casting, actually. Drone casting is when you attach a AoE on a friendly, and then that friendly moves in with said AoE. So it enables you to be able to cast from afar from safety, because mages are strong, but they are not physically resilient. So they have a lot of bulk, but they are able to do a lot of damage. So he might be doing that. I'm not too sure yet, but I've had a hunch that could be what Pista's aiming to do. WngMan's going to send Luso directly into Pista's stack. I'm going to do an Abyssal Blade check here and see what kind of damage is getting inflicted. It looks like that's a green light. Going for the Abyssal. The Time Mage will go down. The Squire will take a hefty hit, entering critical, but then will auto potion out of critical. Agris will also trigger auto potion. So that will already put a unit down on Pista's behalf. And now we're shifting tides over to WngMan's Bard. Now to note again, Abyssal Blade is physical damage, so if you hit somebody with use physical damage against someone that's charging, they will take 1.5 more damage, which is also why the Time Mage took more damage than she should have. I think Wingman's going to go ahead and look at Kikoing Pista's injured Black Mage, or he might be changing it up. Right, looks like Wingman's going to be setting up for Life's Anthem here. Just kind of pre-gaming incoming damage. And we're shifting over to his Pista Squire. It's awesome to see that we actually had someone use a Squire in the event for this weekend. Squires are can be very much annoying units. They are definitely disruptors and initiators. They can they have a variety of abilities and equipment combos they can do. And they also have very high mobility. They're not really the damage pushers, but they're able to like get in there and mess with your opponent. Oh no, that was something. So Pista's Pista's Squire had the Snipe Knife, the Cicadia, and thankfully Wingman's Archer Shield prevented that from hitting. Otherwise, it would have got automatically stopped. Alright, it is Pista's Agri's turn. He's going to go ahead and push her towards the middle of the map. Wingman does have several units in a line. He might be looking at Divine Ruination here. Also, once again, we need to keep in mind what Pista's Summoner's up to in the back. If I'm not mistaken, he is Dreamcasting Agri's, but we will see. For now, that's a pretty hefty Divine Ruination with a critical strike on somebody. That's a 704 on that Archer. That Archer is definitely going down there. The Monk will skim by and will auto-potion some of that damage out. That is a KO for Pista. It is now 4-4, even. Alright, Pista's going to push in his Black Mage directly behind his Agrius. Going for the Charge Radiant, hitting both Luso and Wingman's Monk. That is a double KO there by Pista. Solid play there by Pista. This is actually going to be swinging here once again very fast if we're not careful. Alright, now look at the turn order. Wingman actually has 3 Rousing Melodies, and it was Rousing Melodies, excuse me, it wasn't Life's Anthem. He has 3 Rousing Melodies about to fire almost back-to-back simultaneously. However, let's keep a note here that he also has 3 out of the 5 of his units KO'd, so Rousing Melody has a 60% chance to haste, but there's only 1 unit that he could successfully haste because his Bard has a Curse Ring on, which prohibits being hasted. So Wingman's probably going to have to change the tune up here soon enough. He's going to try to check that Summoner fast, though. There's the first Rousing. That's not going to hit anybody. That's a 2-tick jump. I will put that Summoner in critical and also cut her Mana Shield and MP down. That will successfully prohibit whatever cast Pista was aiming to do. Good play there by Wingman. Alright, this is going to move his Summoner a couple spaces over. She's going to Mana Font 55 MP back. Summoners have innate half MP, so basically all of her costs are extremely cheap. And with being able to restore 55, that means that anything even at 99 MP, she can cast at any moment's notice. A very cool setup and a very crafty way to play Summoner. Alright, it looks like he might be charging up a fairy based on where that AoE was sitting at. We will shortly find. I'm sure Wingman's going to check and see what's that cooking. Yep, there is a fairy in turn 8, so that has a chance to revive his dead units, and because his dead units are faith, it is pretty much a 100% to do so. Wingman's going to have to keep in mind that Pista's Time Mage is going to get back up shortly. Looks like he's going to go ahead and play aggressive with his Bard. That is definitely the play, considering he's down a couple units. Does he risk the 3 less power Murmasa? Does he take even less and potentially risk a KO proc? Or does he go for guaranteed 18 power damage through Cherry's Raiden? Looks like he's going to go, let's go all damage in. Not a bad choice by any means, instead of taking a risk of status procs and doing less damage. That will down the Black Mage, and that will put the Squire back in critical. However, the Squire's going to auto potion out of some of that damage again. And he's still marching forward. And speaking of Squire, it is now the Squire's turn. Now this is what's really going to be important. The target that Pista chooses, which should be the Dragoon, because he has 100 CT, which means he's going to go next. If the Dragoon cannot gear check stop, and the knife that the Squire has is guaranteed stop. Exactly, yep. He's going to go and make sure he gets that stop out. That's going to stun that Dragoon out of play for a bit, and it's going to give Pista the tactical board advantage that he needs. Because now, really, that Bard is his only threat. And it looks like that Bard's about to go down too. That was a very good combo play there by Pista. Looks like Wingman is potentially out on this game here. We're still going though, so let's see. A revive should be successful, yep. Fairy is, the Time Mage is back in play. It is her acting turn as well. This is really not looking well on Wingman's behalf. She's going to move forward, restoring 58 MP thanks to Mana Font. Looks like she might be chain resing with the fairy too. I'm not sure yet, but it looks like it, considering that Black Mage is in the AoE. That Black Mage also has Faith status, so again, it is a guaranteed revive. This is going to advance his critical HP Summoner forward. She's got plenty of MP to work with, plenty of abilities, and plenty of options to mess with. This is like almost a death sentence at this point for Wingman. Alright, the Summoner's going to start charging an AoE up as well. And now it is Agrius' turn. She pretty much has this in the bag. She's been hitting for like 460 just about every time, so it may not be enough to KO the Dragoon automatically, but there's incoming damage. Actually, it's right on the dot. Wow. That's GG there. First game will go to Pista of the Grand Finals. Alright, fellas. Y'all there?
Good game.
Good game. It might be something.
Yeah. Let's see, oratory. Okay.
Wait for Pista to get out of Deafen real quick. Let me make sure I didn't.
Yep.
Okay, there.
Yeah,
Good game.
it was me.
He has returned to us.
GG's. Very heated game there by both of you.
Oh, I just tried to be aggressive, get those casters down. It did not work out.
Yeah,
I thought the Kiku was going to be enough to kill the Black Mage. Just like that was my game plan. If you got the Mana Shield, and it wasn't, and that was like I was off by like 9 damage or something silly like that. I was like, no. I knew that was probably not going to bode well.
Oh yeah. Well, broadcast and viewers, I'm going to shift away to downtime for a second while we get these guys set up for their game 2 in the best of 3 series. I'll return momentarily.
Oh. That's listed, by the way.
Alright, we are back. This is game 2, small map, in the best of 3 series, grand finals. WngMan versus Pista. It's currently 1-0 Pista. If Pista succeeds in defeating WngMan this game, he is the champion of the 2024 Winter Cup. Or, if WngMan defends his title, then we'll go into game 3. Let's see what happens. Alright, WngMan's going to go and do a quick status check on his opponent. There are a couple switch-ins on both parties, so you will see 1 or 2 different units on both teams. Players are allowed to do that during Game 2 and Game 3. Each player has 2 reserve units they can swap in with their main team during Games 2 and Game 3. So they definitely made changes, especially because this is a small map, so the idea is that it's going to be a little more chaotic. A lot more engagement early on, so some units may not play as well on small maps than they do on medium maps. WngMan is assessing his best first play here he can make with his archer. He does have the bottom spawn here as host, while the guest does get the top spawn on this map specifically, so he does have a slight elevation disadvantage. Probably going to see some very cautious play here because, again, like, this is a potential threatening game for WngMan. If he loses, that's it. So this first turn is probably going to be something he's like trying to figure out what he's going to do. It's actually going to wait. Okay, no action. It's going to save CT, no move either, so he's getting a full CT coverage for later, so that means that Archer will get his turn back even faster than normal. Pista is going to go ahead and push his cloud forward. I think we all know what's probably about to happen here. We see a Cherry Blossom coming towards WngMan's team. Potentially Meteor Rain, depending on elemental checks. He's going to go for the Cherry Blossom and get as much damage done as possible. He's going to hit 4 units. WngMan didn't move his archer out of the way. That will down WngMan's Orator automatically. The archer will auto push out. So it does enter critical status. Now it is Pista's summoner turn, which, if I'm not mistaken, she probably won't be able to cast anything fast enough. Only because, you know, she doesn't have like Iaido or Geomancy. She has Summon and Jaw Magics. Both skill sets require cast time. She won't be able to combo off of Cloud's KO and also the critical Luso. However, still plenty of options that Pista can make with his summoner. This is going to start charging up some summon AoE as well. And now it is Pista's Time Mage turn, Dina. She also has Time Magics and Summon, again, 2 cast time skill sets. I will say this though, like, depending on how WngMan goes about his next couple turns, this could be really bad very quick, because what's happening here, if you haven't noticed, is there's a lot of AoE getting dropped towards the spawn. So if it's going to close off WngMan's ability to get out of the way. It's also going to force him to potentially have to move forward. So I believe Pista is trying to set up the zoning game here and is pretty much trying to capitalize on the fact that there's a small map and he can get away with AoE. Alright, this is going to be really big here because Luso is in critical. He could, of course, go for self-destruct, but notice where Pista's units are positioned. He can only self-destruct 1 unit. Like, if he goes for somebody, he's taking himself down. He doesn't have re-raise because Cherry Blossom is magic damage and Dragonheart requires physical damage. So it's like a lot of different things he can do. He is still a Dark Knight, so he has access to Sanguine Sword, Infernal Strike. He can cut off the MP of the Time Mage or the Summoner. Could also potentially take advantage of the fact that they are both charging, which means that he'll get extra damage from like Sanguine Sword, which is probably going to be his best bet considering he's low health. But again, this is like really, really important for WngMan to not mess up his play here because his unique or his leader in his team is already in a bad spot. Alright, WngMan's going to go in position against Cloud. He is looking at doing a Sanguine on the Summoner. That will succeed to cut her MP. You will restore 499 from that, getting a little extra damage because she's charging up. However, that will also fail her cast. Now I was going to switch over to Pista's Dragoon. Right, this is going to advance his Dragoon 1 space towards his Summoner. I think we know what's about to happen here. Should be doing a high Ether, or okay, so I'm just going to go for the Elixir instead. It's not a bad option either. He's going to make sure that the AoE is going off. So if I had a wager, it's potentially a Zodiark. Potentially a Zodiark. If it's not a Zodiark, it's something like Bahamut. The AoE that was forecast earlier is pretty large, so only Zodiark or Bahamut can make an AoE that big. So it looks like Pista's investing his resources into the Summoner to make sure that she succeeds in her cast. If that cast goes off, it is going to be a death sentence for WngMan. This is going to go ahead and advance his Black Mage forward beside Cloud. He's going to go ahead and try to go for Luso. Luso takes a solid 308 hit there. Now it is WngMan's Dragoon's turn. Again, you could tell just from kind of watching WngMan like kind of panning towards that Summoner. It's definitely Bahamut. Okay, so... Oh, it's double Bahamut. Wow, okay. Pistol's not messing around with this game. He's making sure that you go either or. Either you front row on spawn or you go near my spawn. You're going to get Bahamut somewhere. Or creating that threat where, like, if you don't check this, it's going to hurt. Very, very tactical play there by Pista. WngMan's going to try to respond here with a jump. If the jump succeeds, which it should, and that Summoner is either going to die or her MP is going to hit 0 again and fail to cast. Now, did I, like, see a really low turn Zodiark there, or am I playing? Oh, the turn order. Okay. Let's... Just that little quick glance there. There is a lot of information that we can gain from the turn orders. The jump will succeed on the Summoner before she lands, or before the Bahamut goes off. WngMan has a low cast time summon in Zodiark, and additionally anywhere else. That also includes Black Magics. There is a array of spells that can fire right now. Looks like he's going to go for the gamble and start charging up Zodiark. His Orator that died earlier had an Angel Ring equipped and has taken advantage of the initial re-raise. WngMan is definitely trying to get out of this sticky situation. He's got plenty of options here, even while critical. She's got a very excellent primary and secondary abilities, skill set, speechcraft, and an aim. So again, there's a lot of different things he can do. This is looking like a really tough situation for him. However, there's always some way to get out. Just got to think about it, know what you have, work with what you've deployed, and then figure out what's the best bet based on what your opponent's trying to do. Looks like he's going to go for the shot on the Black Mage. That's going to absorb in the Mana Shield for 208. However, I believe that is mostly targeted due to the fact that he wants to get MP damage on her so that Zodiark could potentially follow up. Again, if we look at the dynamics of this match, it's really like very swingy and also very chaotic. Pista wanted to charge a Bahamut on both ends, one forward and one back, to shut off and zone WngMan's units' mobility and ability to engage. However, WngMan is also responding with a low-tick Zodiark, and that's because there's so many casts going on right now. Like the casting time has dropped down significantly. This can actually really swing either way at this point. The turn order currently facing Zodiark firing before Pista gets an action. This could be GG as soon as Zodiark fires. And that seems to be what WngMan is capitalizing on. He's trying to get damage out. It doesn't matter what damage. Just trying to get damage out. Why? Because Pista's units have MP. He's going to make sure that Zodiark follows up. That's the first canceled Bahamut. Here we go. This is the big play here. Zodiark is firing. This could be automatically GG for Pista. That is a 4-hit KO there. Dragoon will survive the hit, but man, that is automatically now Wingman's advantage. This is how the game plays. This can happen. This is what Final Fantasy Tactics is all about. It can be all about playing tactically. It can be all about playing zone. And the next thing you know, it just swings the complete opposite. You're watching some of the best right now live. Wingman has the complete board advantage. He just went from, oh, this is really scary to, oh, I've got this. He's moving in now. He's going to be engaging the Dragoon directly. He's going to go for the self-destruct. That's a KO. That's GG. Wow. Wingman successfully 4-0'd Pista and a very much a swing of events. Oh man, wow. What was that? Jeez, that was crazy.
GG.
Insane.
That was very much insane. Damn. But yeah, I mean that right there, viewers, that shows like tactical play, taking advantage of turn order, taking advantage of cast times. Like, man, that was something to behold. I'm glad to witness that. Let's get into game 3, because that's what we're heading to. This is going to be the deciding outcome at this point.
Oh, Mandalia?
Yes, Medallia playing. Yep.
Alright.
Alright, viewers, I'm going to go ahead and switch to downtime for a second here while we get them all set up. I'll be back in a moment. Alright. This is the deciding game. This is game 3 on Medallia Plane. WngMan versus Pista. Both 1-1. Whoever wins this game is the champion. 2024 Starter Winter Cup. We've just seen a really amazing game on Final Castle Oratory. What looked to have been almost a death sentence against WngMan, he turned it around and got that W that he needed to push for the game 3 against Pista, who already had the first win in the first game. Let's see what's going to happen. We're going to Medallia now, and like this really can go either way. Both players are playing very well, very high level. So let's see what both they plan on cooking here and what they plan on engaging with their opponent. Looks like Pista's actually going to charge up Golem. Okay, interesting. Okay, interesting. Pista's going to go ahead and cast Flow. We don't really see that often, but it is AoE. So he's going to use that to basically check WngMan's Shockwave entirely, since Float causes you to be immune to earth damage. WngMan's going to respond for turn 1 with Luso Shout, upping his stats and his Bravery by 10. And his PAMA speed by 1. And switching gears over to WngMan's Bard. It looks like he's going to actually start with Battle Chant this time, so it's a 80% chance to grant your allies +1 physical attack. WngMan's team is pretty much all physical damage outside of his Bard, so that is sounds like a good idea. Medallia does give you some setup time here. Alright. This is going to go ahead and do a Arts of War Bulwark as a new ability in the PvP patch. This will apply defending status to everybody that was near it, which will double their evasiveness until their next turn. Okay, so there is definitely a golem being cast by Pista here by a summoner. That's going to effectively cancel out jump, attack, and throw. Considering that WngMan has a Dragoon, that means that Dragoon's first hit's going to get absorbed entirely. And then also with Pista doing float turn 1 on his Time Mage, that means that those units are able to completely negate any shockwave hits. So it looks like Pista is trying to play a little less aggressive, at least turn 1, or like early on, and it's taking advantage of the fact that Medallia planes does allow for fairly reasonable setup time. Right, there goes the Golem Shield. That is a 393 HP shield that applies to all of Pista's allies for any incoming attacks, jump, or throw. Aim is excluded because of the changes to aim. That was interesting. Alright, WngMan did a team-inflicted attack on Luso to trigger Dragonheart, but it also had a critical strike there too. I guess in retrospect it's not a bad thing because it seems like WngMan would want Luso's health to be a little lower so that he can land a higher self-destruct payout, which is what that whole combo is all about. He's getting the re-raise out so that he can then self-destruct. Alright, this is going to go ahead and shift over his Black Mage a couple of spaces over, and now we're back to Luso. Alright, Luso's gonna do Choco Cure here. We'll probably wait, what was that? Luso in the PvP patch has access to monster abilities. He's a pseudo blue mage, if you will. The Huntcraft skill set is several monster abilities, so he's able to utilize that to get some on-demand healing and take advantage of covering early on. Alright, looks like Pista Summoner is going to start targeting his allies with a spell here. Effectively going to drone cast. What exactly is that spell? Well, we're about to find out. It's Bahamut, okay. So it's something that Wingman's going to have to consider later. I think the Bahamut was targeting Agrius, which Pista will probably end up following up and pushing forward so he can land that Bahamut later. Wingman's going to probably start setting up and applying countermeasures for that incoming damage. Now, Bahamut does really good damage. It's nothing like crazy. It's not a Zodiark, but again, it's the AoE potential. It's also faster than Zodiark, so getting that reliable AoE damage out, getting like 250 to 350 maybe, and mitigated damage, it's still plenty of damage to then you can follow up with and start getting KOs. Definitely nothing to scoff at. This is going to shift his Agrius over towards his Black Mage. You go for the Divine Ruination. Oh man, that's a 462 with a Confuse. Oh, that's kind of rough. And it is the Dragoon's turn too. That was excellent CT timing there by Pista. I know he was probably going more for the damage, but hey, you know, still. But it looks like the Confused roll still favored Wingman that time. The Dragoon's going to go ahead and target Pista's unit for a jump, so nothing, you know, crazy. Like, no disadvantage, if you will, this time. But Confuse is completely random about whatever AI actions they take. Thankfully, that actually benefited Wingman that time, but it could be something worse or just, like, silly next time. Alright, looks like Pista's going to start setting up the traps here, applying zoning pressure towards Wingman. Alright, and then we're switching over to Pista Squire. The Squire can't make it over to the Wingman stack to be able to apply stop through his knife. However, Squire still have plenty of things in the arsenal that they can do even for direct engagement. He's going to scoot him up one space. Alright, looks like he's going to be floating as well. He is, Pista's definitely, like, cutting off Wingman's options here. He knows the stuff he's doing. He's shutting down his Wingman's Monk's ability to shockwave and get range damage. He's getting that Golem out, which Golem may not be, like, a lot right now, but again, there is a Dragoon, and Dragoons love to jump, right? So Golem will completely counter jump and absorb the damage from it. And also the Archer can potentially, you know, his Archer normally aims, but does sometimes get like a quick attack to get chip damage. So again, Pista is like trying. It looks like he's trying to build towards limiting Wingman's ability to play. Oh, that's an unfortunate aim vital miss there by Wingman's Archer, trying to get Agrius shut down early. All right, there goes the rousing melody. It hit the Archer at least. Alright, that was a Hestasia that's going off. That's going to give Pista's 4-man team their haste. It's going to up his effective turns. There's the jump and missed because of the earlier move. And now we're switching over to Pista's Black Mage. Well, Pista's going to move forward and get directly in front of WngMan's Dragoon. Still confused. Looks going to go ahead and get the KO there and get some damage on that monk as well. It's a good play there by Pista. Rousing it fired again. That time it did hit Luso in the monk, so WngMan's team is effectively fully haste. The bard cannot be haste due to Curse Ring. This is also a good thing that WngMan's units are effectively haste because of Pista's haste that just went out from Estagia. So WngMan doesn't necessarily fall behind in the speed race. Or CT race, rather. Alright, we'll do a quick check on where Bahamut's sitting at, which looks like that's not going to do any good this time because the squire's out of range and the archer's the only person it could even get to, and it's not even in range to hit the archer. So WngMan can successfully disregard that this time. But again, he can't do any 8-range shockwaves because Pista has pretty much floated his entire team other than the Agrius. Alright, he's going to go for the throw dagger. It's going to guarantee knock back the Black Mage. However, it does random damage. It only did 52 damage to MP thanks to Mana Shield. But it does give the guaranteed 1 tile knockback. Right, here goes Bahamut. And no valid enemy target, so it's just going to whiff. Alright, WngMan's going to advance his Luso directly beside the Black Mage. Okay, he's going to go for Bad Breath. This could be very bad against Pista. Oh, yes. Okay, so let's take a look at that. So we have Sleep and Poison is kind of counterintuitive because the Poison will knock the sleep off at the end of the turn. But actually, she won't get her turn because she sleeps, so therefore she can't get the tick either. Agri's Skin Poison is pretty huge because she has a fairly large HP bulk. That means she'll take more damage. She takes 1/4 of her HP, just like Region was restore 1/4. Poison is also 1/4 to counteract it. And the Squire being confused is, something to really weigh in on because that could end up being something silly, or just in general, Pista lost control of his unit. So not a bad breath play there by WngMan at all. And all bad breath is randomized still, so the status procs are completely not in his control. But it looks like he wants to try to get that Doom out so he can kind of forego Agrius as a target. Alright, so WngMan's going to go ahead and assess a Phoenix down to set on his Dragoon instead of looking at the Agrius, the statusing her. Going to get his Dragoon back in play and critical. And he's going to back pedal his Archer to the spawn stack, maybe? Alright, WngMan's going to go ahead and back his Archer up to not on the spawn, but further back, ultimately. It looks like he's creating space to avoid potential AoE damage from the AoE arsenal that Pista has. He's got a lot of AoE potential in both the Summoner, Time Mage, and even Agrius, and the Black Mage. With the Black Mage is kind of floating and sleeping in a corner right now, so not too much of a threat. Alright, looks like Pista's gonna... Oh, 8, yep, there's that. Pista was trying to get his Squire out of Confused, but because there's a Golem Shield that he applied earlier by his Summoner, the Golem Shield will absorb the team damage, so therefore the Squire still stays in Confusion. It was a good thought by Pista, but he might have forgotten that his Golem is still up, and or that Golem also affects ally hits as well. So they kind of did burn in action, wasted a turn type deal. Alright, Agrius is going to get in position. Looks like he's looking at the Dragoon. Looks like Pista is assessing his best play here. Again, never a bad thing. I want to make sure to make the best plays, especially because this is the grand finals. Every move you make counts, honestly. Even smacking your squire upside the head with a purse and, you know, trying to get him out of KO, but like, or out of confusion. Ooh, that was close. Oh, and the Dragonheart. No, Luce already had Dragonheart. That is true, but it looks like Pista was trying to go for the KO proc on North Swain to just try to get Lucio out automatically, but that did not fail. But that did fail. However, still 462 damage is a lot, and that is a heavily PA stacked Agrius. Okay, so the Summoner has a fair bit of options here as well. He's got potential aggressive, like offensive options. Could try to. Well, yeah, it's probably going to be like offensive. It's probably going to be offensive options. I got to keep in mind again there is a Golem Shield in play, so I don't think swinging in at trying to like swing at the Black Mage or the Squire is going to be ideal. It's going to be a waste of turn, and it's not going to be a good thing right now either with Lucio in his stack. So if I had to guess, he might be looking at trying to get Lucio stunned or CC'd somehow. Now if it's cast favor, okay, never mind. He's gonna go for a summon instead. That would be probably the best thing. It gives him the ability to down the Dragoon and get damage on Lucio as well. That's gonna force WngMan to have to consider maybe potentially saving his Dragoon or just kind of letting him cut ties for a moment. Alright, so this is definitely charging up Shiva. That's going to go in between Lucio and Dragoon. So this, I think that's kind of what WngMan is looking at assessing is, do I save Dragoon by using Murasame? Life's Anthem's too slow, so that's not an option. But I can get in position for that. Yep, looks like he might be doing that. Yep, he is going for the Murasame. And then get a nice little top up there to both the Dragoon and the Monk. Alright, let's see what this confused Squire can do. Alright, he's going to use a Stimulant, which won't do any good because Lucio is currently not immobilized or disabled. So that's basically a wasted action there. But again, the main thing is that Pista does not have control of the Squire. So that gives WngMan a little bit more flexibility about who he needs to look at picking. Alright, now we're switching gears over to WngMan's Monk. He's actually going to go for the Frenzy. Okay, we don't see this often, but what Frenzy does is if you are haste, you will lose haste and you'll take 50% of your HP. Now, fortunately enough for Pista, the auto push into fire, so she got back most of that lost health, but that also does remove Agrius' haste. Okay, looks like Wing was going to position his Dragoon behind Luso, giving him a nice elixir top up. Yep. So making sure Luso sustains through the incoming Shiva hit. We'll still keep them in AoE range, but they already were in AoE anyway, so WngMan seems to be more focused on making sure Luso survives this hit. Alright, that's some very mitigated damage there. I believe the Dragoon has a Reverie Shield on as well, so that cut that damage in half. Luso has lesser faith than normal. I believe he's at 48 faith, so the damage wasn't anything crazy, but still, it would have been enough to really push Luso down further. So that was a very good responsive play there by WngMan. Looks like he's going to go back for another bad breath. Oh, whoa, okay. Wow, alright. Now this is not looking good for Pista at all. The immobilized play, or immobilized hit on the Summoner, you know, it kind of hurts. It's not bad. Summoner has really great AoE damage and AoE range. But that Time Mage getting put to sleep as well, like, that's going to suck because right now, Pista effectively has 3 disabled units. He's got a confused and uncontrollable Squire. He has a sleeping Black Mage, which might wake up here maybe in a couple turns. And then, now, the Time Mage is asleep. Like, Pista's got to be really careful here. Because it looks like WngMan is capitalizing on the fact that Pista's team isn't heavily status mitigated. And so he's using Bad Breath to get these rolls that are putting really high amount of pressure on Pista. Looks like WngMan's going to set up for another oil play here. He successfully connects it, so that's a refresh on poison, but even more importantly, oil. And as a reminder for those who have joined a little bit later, when I mentioned it, oil now doubles the damage of all elemental damage other than Holy and Dark, which is exactly what WngMan is doing. He's setting up that damage. He knows that now I've got Agris oiled, I can now get double the damage, which will knock her right out with Shockwave. She's not floating either, so that's the other thing. Like, it was the one thing that Pista didn't do early on is he didn't float her. He floated everybody else, but did not float Agris. And it looks like WngMan's going to capitalize on that. He's going to get it back the Monk up to get out of position. Well, he's actually still in position for Luso, but it looks like that's worth it for WngMan, and it is, because that's putting even more and more pressure on Pista, right? Like, his leader is down. He has 2 sleeping units. He has 1 confused oiled unit. Like, this is not looking good for Pista at all. Oh, and also, let me even add this caveat. Like, WngMan, or not WngMan, but Luso actually likes to be damaged right now. I don't know why, because he has self-destruct. Alright, now the Black Mage has woken up due to HP damage, but she is injured still. Let's see what the Squire does. We're entering the 32nd act of this Game 3. Alright, the Squire's going to use another item that won't cleanse anything because they're not affected, so it's another effectively burned action. We're switching over to WngMan's Archer. It looks to me that WngMan is definitely capitalizing on oil and is trying to basically just roll through Pista's units now as he's crippling them with status effects. Looks like WngMan's going to go for the unavailable Sonic Boom here, get a nice solid 160 chip damage. That does cut the HP. Alright, looks like WngMan's going to get in position against Pista's Summoner, and now it's Luso's turn. Like, this is really huge. Look at that positioning there. That's exactly what he's doing. He's checking the fact that the Time Mage and the Summoner are both in range for a nasty self-destruct. And it looks like that's exactly what's about to happen. That's a double KO there by WngMan. Pista is looking in a really bad spot. It is currently 4-2 WngMan. Looks like WngMan's going to go ahead and start capitalizing on the fact that that Squire is still confused. And is going to go ahead and jump on the Squire to get the automatic KO because he's able to do enough damage to him. Looks like WngMan's moving in position towards the Black Mage. Dora Blast will succeed and hit a Mana Shield that will keep the Black Mage slightly alive, but she is also poisoned. The Golem Shield is now done. This is the Black Mage's last action, effectively. Now she can still Mana Font recover Mana Shield, but because she is poisoned, that should be enough to still kill her regardless. So this play is pretty much her last move that she can make. Alright, Pista's going to go ahead and advance his Black Mage towards the WngMan stack here, 3-man stack. I suspect the best play he can make right now is to go for the Ashura. Not go for the damage, but go for the status. See if he can roll that potential triple KO. Now, I believe the Monk is ribboned, so that won't land, but he could nail it on the Dragoon and the Bard. Pista just needs something right now, right? Like, Luso is still in re-raise status. He's coming back up. Like, it's just really, really bad on Pista's end. He's going to go ahead and push for Cherry Durate instead. He's going to go for maximum damage. As a KO and 2 critical units there. Still a solid hit there by Pista's Black Mage. And she will die due to poison. This looks like this is over, folks. That confused Squire still is out of control, still not in Pista's possession because Confuse does not have a duration. He must take HP damage to get out of Confuse. 0 or more damage will get him out of Confuse. And because WngMan has left him alone the entire time, now it's come down to the wire. He knew that that unit could be pretty much left alone. You know, take a gamble. He may do something good for Pista. He may do something good for WngMan. That's the beauty of Confusion. But at the end of the day, that's not somebody he needs to worry about. He worries about everybody else, and that's exactly what he's capitalizing on right now. He's charging with Life's Anthem. He's going to start moving his archer towards the Squire. Looks like WngMan's going to go ahead and raise one of his fallen units. The Dragoon is getting back into play now. And if I'm not mistaken, Luso should be getting up right now. Yep. It is now a 5-1. Mandalia Plains, last action of the event. And it looks like he's going to go for a Crushing or a Sanguine. Not quite enough, but it doesn't matter because even if he doesn't get the kill, it's still GG because WngMan has more units than Pista. Here we go. There's the auto potion. And that is a GG, folks. We have our winner of the 2024 Starter Winter Cup, WngMan. Alright, let's get these guys on the mic here. Alright, Pista, WngMan. You guys there?
GG, man.
Yeah, good game, man. Holy cow.
Ooh. Yes, I agree. That was some pretty nutty status play there, especially.
All I had to go for, I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to stink it up.
We'll definitely get stinky, right?
Good game, man.
Yeah, GG.
You're God. You're difficult to play around.
Hey, that makes him a formidable foe at the end of the day. And Pista did a remarkable job starting
Thanks.
out with as a new member, or as a newish member of the Tactics League Discord. He's been battling it out, especially with Dr. J. It was like pretty much sparring buddies for the longest time. He's come to grow and learn the changes with the PvP patch, and it's really great to see that someone his first time competing in Tactics League, coming in with 0 competitor points and had made it all the way to the finals against the champion of the 2023 opener is amazing to see, and I love to see it. It's a really good story there. So very much congrats to you, Pista.
Thanks, man.
And Mr. Wingman, looks like you are once again crowned the victor. But I will almost say, almost by the skin of your teeth. Pista almost had you running.
The double caster in the back line is
Yeah.
quite annoying to get around. And then stop dagger squire with angel rings is
Yep.
very, very difficult to play around. I got lucky with that confuse on the squire, and I was like, oh, I wasn't sure if you were going to see the line where it's like, oh, I can melee attack to get him out of it, and then I was like, oh wait, no, golem shield, and you forgot about the golem shield. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good stuff, guys. Again, lovely match. And to everyone that competed this evening, Dr. J, Jokerfish, Mistral, Hugh, Space Monkey, and wait, did I miss somebody?
Rumer,
yeah. I was gonna say, I know I missed somebody. Thank you guys for being a part of this. This is our first 8-man and full registered event. So it was great to see that we had the community growing to the point where we had enough members to max out an event. First time ever, and I hope that we will grow more and even get to the point where we end up increasing our cap to 12 to 16 in the future. But again, awesome event. Thank you guys for participating. Thank you viewers for watching and being alongside us. This event was approximately 5 hours, so we definitely hit the goal there in terms of trying to speed it up and make sure we got everything done. And yeah, it's been lovely. Pista and Wingman, you guys at a later point will get that invitation we're talking about, right? Like, I'll talk to you guys about that later on, but you guys are invited to play in the exhibition match, get the new upcoming patch a day early, and get to play with all the new toys and shenanigans that is being presented. And yeah, we'll see what the future holds. So all right, well, I'm gonna have you guys want to step off the stage real quick. I'm gonna do my pretty much hoorahs and close out everything, and catch you guys later.
sounds good.
Yeah, thanks,
man.
Yosh, for putting it together.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
This man has put in a lot of hard work, a lot of hours.
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with that.
It wouldn't be possible without you, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Much love.
Oh. All right.
All right, folks. Let me switch over here, go back on the cam real quick, and then we will call it evening. Okay. All right, guys. That's it. We have the 2024 Starter Winter Cup 1 successfully complete. The tournament runtime had ended at 4 hours and 58 minutes. So that's a huge success in my book. I wanted to make sure that we tried to get as much of the time from start to completion down as early as possible. So I know it's like Super Bowl Sunday for some people. So some people might want to try to catch the game in a couple hours, and just in general, this is a cup, so single limb shouldn't take too long comparatively to a double limb event that we had in the 2023 opener. But still, awesome event and experience. I'm glad that you all got to be a part of it and got to be alongside me watching and seeing these competitors duke it out. There was a lot of crazy high level play. Not even just like the finals, but just even before that. The round 1 game between Joker and Jay was intense. The same goes for going into the semifinals. Like, it's been a really awesome day of tactics. I'm really proud of everybody that signed up, and everyone did really well. So once again, thank you, community. Thank you, viewers, for coming in and spending time with me to watch these amazing events happening and unfolding. And we will see you all on the next tournament, whatever that might be. But keep in mind that there is an exhibition match that will happen relatively in the near future. So, make sure to check out tacticsleague.com or join the Discord too. We have a lovely community that's clearly growing. We have more spectators, we have more competitors showing up. Like it's amazing to see the growth that the community has and the resilience that is the Final Fantasy Tactics community. So I will catch you guys on the exhibition match on the next stream. Everyone have a good one. Okay. All right, guys. Again, thank you. It's only Discord at this point, but again, thank you everyone that is here. I'm probably gonna say thank you like 1,000 times over at this point, but yeah, it's been marvelous, and thank you all for showing up and just being a part and chit chat. I didn't get to catch the Discord chat as much because I didn't want the chat window to appear in the stream, the Twitch presentation. So I didn't get to catch up with you guys as much there, but again, thank you for all chit chatting and stuff. I know Mikey popped in a couple times at some points. I'm glad to see he popped up as well. And yeah, I mean that's a wrap, guys. Another event down in the books. So I will catch you all later as well, and see ya.